Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unlock the secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my street, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's
Connected to channel Fix at 42.
delight from the basics to superpowers. We'll learn and grow in the stream of knowledge. Together we'll
Fixerbot says. T-4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unlock the secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my street, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in the stream of knowledge. Together we'll Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know
Stream
what I
about to
mean.
start.
Got
1 minute
high
left.
expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unlock the secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, no
So, let's see. My phone didn't open the right program. Oh my god. So I always have this phone on total mute because I never use audio. I only use it for this. So for some reason this ad, very odd. So now we can switch screens. There. So let's see, where do we have buffer overflow? Here. So we're at identification of return address. I don't think I wrote all of it down at least. So we have, is there a buffer overflow? Exploring memory. I guess this is really exploring memory. But we haven't like saved these commands, though I have examples. It's GDB, and we have one of these. They're using x/2000xb, and maybe xb is better. And they're using, well, ESP plus 400 in this case, so yeah. So I think we did this, but I haven't got all notes anyway. So also I'm going to take a slow start getting some lunch because I haven't eaten yet and it's past 13. So I have to eat something. Right, also I got a package this morning. So there's 2 bags in the bag. Putting it with other ones. I haven't shown them out. And it's Bluetooth. So hopefully I will have better Bluetooth. So we ordered these on stream. So a bag in a bag in a bag. So how original. Never seen this from AliExpress before. So I'm trying not to bend the antenna I can feel in here. I think I will have to use something to cut. So let's just open this one because I'm thinking we can use this for a stream. Because when I walked downstairs, right just now, while the stream start was going, I lost my connection and it went bad. So the other one is a paper box. So that one says BT 5.4 and this one says 5.42. So we have 2 5.4 antennas, and I noticed that this one has a antenna cable, so we can go crazy with this one. Let's see how the other one is connected. I guess I'll save the box for now. So, and then we have this. So this one, I'm not putting the camera up for this. So we can put this on top of my thing there like this, and I'll have better reach. Currently we have this tiny height USB for Bluetooth. And laptop, desktop, keyboard, speaker, headset. Oh, there's like a manual in the paper. I will most definitely read that, right? So let's see. Comparing all the packaging. We'll just have to test later, right? I want to get started with important stuff, but oh, this one has plastic. So it's supposed to be shiny. Oh well. So this one has an antenna attached, and this one has a loose antenna. They're kind of the same length, and both are supposed to be Bluetooth 5.4. This one only says FenV. This one said Bluetooth 5.4, 150 meters. So as I'll have to disconnect these and search for Bluetooth and stuff, I think. Well, could I do this while I'm eating? Nah, it's better to just fix the lost bits of the buffer overflow on HackTheBox. See, maybe there's more. And we'll see. There's a Windows one too, right? I remember that. So, a Windows, what do you call them? Module. I see it here up in the name. Module 31 section. Where's mine? Like just closing the bread bag there. So, I need something in my tummy. So, after checking that we still control EIP with our shell code, we can now need a memory address where our NOPs are located to tell where EIP. Alright, yeah. So I remember us doing this. I just want to double check that we have it in the notes. And I remember last time I was like, did we do this? Why did I have this page up? I think I had several HackTheBox up. So I had like saved in my memory that this was the page we had up. Not where we were actually in the like progress of it. So we have now repeating output or input, of course. Using pattern create and then pattern offset to find where something is located. Oh, this is so long ago we used this. We're confirming here buffer overflow, checking the length of instruction pointer. Well, 2, not off. And using the pattern create and offset there, pattern offset. And then we see if we have the right position by adding 66 instead of 55 there. And when we run this, we get the 6s up in the address. We have the right spot. We set the EIP. And this one, it just skipped it. It said like a header for this and then didn't do anything. So I still have the header because I want to put something there. And this is also from several sources, like 4 or 5 different sources I've used to collect this data. Then we need to see if there are any characters, like for example, terminates a string, and right, so we still have this. So I watched Al Hasred's stream yesterday, and he shared his well, ethical hacking. I haven't touched it yet, and I'm not sure if I can use it as a free user. I'm not paying anything. So usually I just have, if we go ChatGPT, and I have it to remember that I study cybersecurity, so it shouldn't complain all the time, right? So I've never had it say not give me data, but sometimes it says like, and this is not secure, and this could be vulnerable, and make sure you know what you're doing, you know? So auto. And this is a special one, but it's still me logged in on both. So if I didn't use the link, there's no way to go there, right? So let's see. I was just going to check, like this. Studying buffer overflow. Some chars are bad chars, like null, terminating the string, a string. Please make a short list of usual characters. Usual bad characters, right? Bad characters. That's enough. In the format \x00 null byte. So there. So now we have a correct FF instead of the one that was on HackTheBox saying form field. We have to explore that a bit more, right? Other common. So my kids are running up and down the stairs. What are they doing? Yeah, so I'm pleased to remove the bad one. And we also have character turn and new line. And let's just copy this one. And let's replace the not very good HackTheBox one. There are other stuff that are a bit funny in this one too. Yeah, so I should have asked it to make these. But we can do it manually. I like the format, I just don't like the actual contents. So, and then FF. So I will keep slash and backslash there. And percent can be very much a problem with URL encoding, right? So I've had that problem myself already, but not in this context. So maybe it's messing stuff up. Well, and backslash could be interpreted as an escape character, so. But slash, normal slash. Common bad characters. Okay. So, since it's public notes, let's do public bad characters. To do this, we need to send all characters along with the input, and we did this. Then we'll look in memory if all characters are there. And now we're using exactly the command that's in the notes there. Just checking that I'm using the right mic and that it's actually moving the bar. Sometimes my USB goes USB. So let's put this in parentheses. So kids snuck in. Yes, good bed. Wait there. Okay. I'll be right back.
Immutable Lug says.
CHEAP viewers on. Web link.
Satisfied Millstone says.
CHEAP viewers on. Web link.
Yeah, so I had this meeting about my kid Wednesday. So she was calling after and checking if there was anything more. One of the persons. So it's like instead of school for my oldest. So we have 2 spam messages, and I have this problem kind of regularly now. So it's mostly the first word that is the problem, meaning we will just add a fix for this quickly. Let's just quickly go into the spam code and simply add, instead of sheep viewers on and all of these, let's just well, we can add another one. So we have a a few of these, and so where, oh right, I'm on the wrong line, so there. So I actually have saved this bit of it, so we can just add another one. So it actually checks this for every message, which might seem a bit like, right, wasting resources, but it's so quick. So message contains viewers on. We're just going for viewers on. So I know that some of these looks the same, but they're not, because there are special characters that this editor can't show. But if we do just viewers on there, we will get a lot of these, as the special characters are at the start there of these messages. This is what I mean. Sheep viewers on. So nobody click those. I'm going to... this is to... let's just compile. Make sure I didn't put something odd in there. Yeah. That's done. And let's go and just delete the messages too. So, there. So, let's continue. My kid's screen stopped
N1
working
GHT3
and
says.
working again. So that's...
Hi. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Just curious, you from Sweden, right? Did you attend SECT this year?
Turned off, so we'll have to really... It's a good motivation for him to agree to get a new computer. Not the usual problem with your teenager, it's maybe a bit. Yeah, so if characters are like not there in the list. They were not read as they should. So we'll add them to the list of characters we don't want to use. And this is the example. What ones we could not use. And 9A and 20. 9 is not here. 20 is here. 09. Right, so let's actually ask this one. What about so because that's our example one. Horizontal tab.
SECT is the biggest security conference in Sweden. Smile, smile.
What
Dev
other
Pep says.
characters?
Hi from Mo.
Might have be similar.
Marginal Sympathizer says.
So let's just get as much information
CHEAP
as we
viewers
can
on.
first.
Web link.
Fixerbot says. Message removed.
So what do we see in chat? Am I like missing chat? Right, sorry. I forgot to put this back in. I was like, I should be hearing this. I shouldn't have to read. Hi. Just curious. Yeah, I'm from Sweden. I haven't been to any security conferences yet, but I sent them a message and asked if they wanted people helping before. But it's a bit too expensive for me right now to just go to conferences, even if they're kind of close by. Unfortunately. But I would have loved to go. I think it was like one day, or was it more that one? Maybe that one was more. There's another one too coming up in a few days, right? Yeah. It's like 26th or something, I think. Yeah, so I'm going to send them another message. So before I got a heart on it on LinkedIn. We'll see. So the problem is that I need to get my kids some food too. So that's why I'm like home now, because I just made food for them. So can work a few hours in the morning, and then I have to get them, or rather one of them. And higher there. Yeah, now people can set their voices again. So you can go, if you do TTS, let's see here. So, TTS should work. Though, I did have a problem last time. This is interesting. Because if I go here, and do the TTS message, this worked. So we have command trigger and timed actions. So both, it should hop up sometimes. Might have hopped up already. I saw the ads message. That's also, well, that's an event, so it's different. But if you click here, the command triggered and test trigger this, we get the message. But the command TTS here, select the right one, reselecting it just to make sure. Going to TTS. Exclamation mark TTS. This always worked. So what could possibly be different?
N1GHT3er says.
I'm a pen tester from Sweden.
Oh,
I have you
cool.
stream on as entertainment while I'm working. Smile, smile.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I'm looking for work. If you have any tips. Though I will have to continue learning. Which I guess is one of the reasons I like this field, you know? So worked in IT a lot before, but there's usually not that much new stuff to learn. Not enough. Now I found the right place where I can learn infinitely, right? It will never end. There will always be more programs to explore, you know, to see if there's, you know, security stuff, security flaws. Always people will always try to break security. If you have like in the old days, if you had a redundant sound solution, file server cluster with everything redundant, separate, backup, LANs and everything, it's like, okay, this will work for a long time. Oh, there's an update from Microsoft, we'll update it. Okay, it works. You know, it's not a lot of work to do with it anymore. And not a lot of things to learn. I actually did a course on that theme from Microsoft after I had already, you know, set one up and had it running. And I didn't learn a thing, you know, or like I was helping the teacher with, no, you're wrong, this thing. That's not fun. I want to learn things, new things. So, debugging this TTS, we know that the test works, we know that most of it works. Let's just add another command here. Let's do hello, right? So this is definitely updated. And I have definitely restarted it since last time. Let's save it just to make sure. And I'll just test the TTS message again. And there's no difference. So as long as this is not disabled, and I'm kind of sure I checked that last time.
Yeah, when I started in the field it was just one server that you treated as a pet. Now is K8S everywhere. Smile, smile.
Yeah, and the reason I saw that everybody's using the Kevin voice, which is like the default, so you can set your own voice if you want to. You just click the link there and you can set your voice, and it should work. So I'm going to delete this. Let's delete it. The actions, we should have nothing here now. So let's just, well, it's gone. That's good. Let's select something else that's not relevant, but whatever. Just to make changes. So I'm going to add a new one here. So TTS, and the tabbing of this app is a bit odd, so it hops around like all over the place except for this box. So I'm just going to click. So TTS, and let's just click OK. So we have TTS again. So will it work after we connect it? Because we have to connect it too. So now we want TTS. There. Okay, we could have selected create command that way too. And let's test trigger this one quickly. And it works, so which is what it did before too. TTS. So something else must grab this and make it not reach there. I don't see any other reason, because other commands work, right? So if I do discard. Okay. Yes, I tested something else last time, I think. So this is probably why then. So let's disable the chat spam remove. See if that makes a problem for this. There might be something disabled, so I don't want to put too much time into this now. So now I know more about what the problem might be. So let's debug it after stream instead. So I can get the messages there, and the timed ones works, right? I think they will. They'll probably pop up in a bit. And the message is there, so since I run it. So the TTS voice, and you can set how your nickname is pronounced too. Yeah, so let's see what ChatGPT said. We have backspace, line feed, new line, vertical tab, right? So let's add these to this list so we can have like a... I'm thinking it's kind of useful, right? So same kind of thing, just X09. So were you at the what do you call it, conference? Mässan, isn't it? It's a conference. Or do you just call it the name usually? So a lot of Americans were, you know, all the Black Hat and DEF CON and all the things. There was a third one, right, at the same time. So I wish I could have gone there. Even more expensive to travel to.
Madam Fabulous
good morning,
says.
Cyber.
GMGM.
Yeah, I noticed. I missed a bit of Alstream from
N1GHT3er says.
This one, web link.
Yeah. I just thought mostly about the name. So I did message them and asked if they wanted help, you know. Free help with stuff? No. I didn't get a reply, so maybe they just missed it. But it was kind of, well in advance, I think. So it's already been there now, so hopefully next year. So I think, yeah, this is this time last year was the first time I realized that there's actually these things, and they call it security conference. Yeah. And I live close to Stockholm, so... So where in Sweden are you? Let's see here. Just
Stockholm.
back to OBS.
Translated from
You're in
Swedish.
Stockholm too. Nice. Yeah, so tell me if you hear about anyone looking for people. So I know a lot of stuff, you know, from IT and programming. So I'm just adding this last piece of the puzzle. Yes, I can turn on TTS for YouTube, but you'll have to prove to me that you're actually on topic first. And they're actually talking about buffer overflow, cybersecurity, relevant things to the stream before I do it. So, let's see. I was going to type 8. And then we have 9, which is one I had as an example. So actually this was 4. Let's do 9 here, because that's the only one I can't just copy from here. So I'm just copying horizontal tab. And let's get the rest of the list. So I think some of these were already in here. So we have Now I'm interested why the format is different. Is it because of that? No? Well. Oh, right, that's why. It did mark them, which is kind of annoying, but then I know why. So what if I select this and do B and that? Yeah, quicker. So I want to get to the good stuff here, but making notes is a big part of it. Learning all the things and not just forgetting them, but having them in my notes afterwards. So yeah, it went well with the Minecraft server. It's up and running again. So I just updated to Java 21 and the latest Debian version, headless. So it's working fine. So 20 I already had. Let's put these in order too. We also have right. So we really could delete these, AD and 20, and then we have ABCD. And let's just move 9 between 8 and 10 instead of this order, right? So kind of obvious that the first ones that are control characters, right? They are not really used in that sense usually, but in some binary code they might be used, of course, you know. Yeah, so I'll just leave that list as it is there now, and it's not that important. It's not mega long, so it's not too long, I think. It's okay. There will be characters missing in memory. Repeat until you've found all characters, right? So it's finished using shellcode. We want to put code in memory and then redirect execution to this memory. Structure of input, example. And I think that's good enough. Example shellcode. This is from TrackMe. And we disassembled it using R2, so we can see what the instructions actually are. This is kind of funny because I was just putting this in a file, you know, all of the normal elf stuff, so it couldn't run. It was just this in the file, but it managed to do it, to disassemble it, or rather, we managed to find a way to make it do it, rather. And this is just an explanation. Number of NOP instructions to make the address of the export easier to get to. We have 90 NOPs. If you have 90 NOPs, all addresses within these will lead execution to the shellcode. The next step is to change the value of the instruction pointer. This cannot be done directly as it is read only. My God. Yeah, so this is not good. This cannot be done directly. So let's put some commas there, as it is read only. But the only value of the old value of the instruction pointer is saved to the stack. Let's say on the stack instead. When a function is called, this is where it can possibly be overridden. But already we need to know the organization and contents of the stack and how the instruction pointer is saved there. We can remove that now. So there's a bit of a logic jump here. Find the address is more logical. No, so we don't have more here. This is the end of it. So I have been changing the order of things too. So I'll just check up above this. So we had this example here. That's a bit separate. So the order is not very logical all the time here. Have to fix it. So yeah, this is where I used to have what I now have at the very start, which is how assembler program flow works, right? Now I put this at the start. So now I might just change the text, and also how stack frames work, how the stack works. And push and pop instructions, what they really do. Yeah, and also what call instruction does, what leave and return does, which is kind of funny to me that the function prologue, this doesn't have a short command for it. For these two instructions, there should be the similar one, right? For the reverse. Here. Leave. As ret is like the opposite of here. Ah. Yeah, this is not complete. They're really the same. So let's actually put this one in here too, right? Because it also will return to this. And I think I have only created a number of spaces here, right? Oh gosh, it's so annoying when this does. So somewhere. So if I would tab here, I would get a funny result, right? Mostly if I put it at the start of the line. OBS is not good at everything. I could make tables of them to get better, but I don't like the look of the extra stuff you get. So here, hops to the returns, right? Hops to the old. To the, well, to IP. Well, that's always obvious. Yeah, so this should really be this shouldn't be hops. Let's change it instead. So I'm changing it. So what it does is really to sets we were on EIP, right? So sets EIP to the functions memory address there, so it doesn't hop anything. So let's just remove this and just do this. What do you think? So that's also more logical. That's why it saves the old instruction pointer, because it sets the instruction pointer. And all of the others I have instruction pointer. So the instruction pointer to the function's memory address. And then here this is enough for it to hop back, which is like obvious, right? So I don't need to add anything. So apparently I managed to have yogurt on my table. Oh, it's underneath the bowl. There. It was like, how? How did that happen? So, assuming we already have read this and know this information, when we get down there, we don't have to say it in the same way. We can assume this knowledge. So, here. This is where it possibly can be overridden. So seriously, this needs to be moved. And we can delete this one. So I think that's why I had extra space there too, because this is like where I'm at, right? So where is the first mention of knobs? Non-repeating input. Here's an example. This one doesn't use knobs yet. Yay, we can see the set the EIP. We want to put code in memory and then redirect execution to this memory. So it's very close by that. But here's where the knobs are mentioned. So this is where it should be. We use a number of knob instructions to make the address of the exploit easier to get to. If you have 90 knobs, which is also the example, no, we have 30 here. Let's do 30 here just to make it less confusing. But this being 90x, all addresses within these will lead execution to the shellcode. The next step is to change the value of the instruction pointer. Yeah, so we've already tested here. We can set the EIP. So we're like in the wrong order again. This cannot be done directly as it is read-only. So non-repeating input, and this is where we have the example here. But it's not only an example of that. Let's see how it fits here. The next step is to change the value of the instruction pointer. This can be not be done now. The old value of the... This is like the conclusion of this section, right? So, after non-repeating input, confirming the length of... So... let's actually make... let's leave it here, down here. Is what I'm thinking. So, why am I taking so much time with this? Too much time. I just want this information in here somewhere. But this is really why, yeah. So I've decided it is before here. It is really the reason why we want the non-repeating input, right? We want to see what part of the input ends up where in memory. The next step is to change the value of the instruction pointer. This can be done directly as it is read-only, but the old value of the instruction pointer is saved to the stack when a function is called. This is when we can possibly be overridden. We want to see what part of the input ends up where in memory. You can make a string to test with manually or use a tool. Multiple is two helpful scripts. An example of confirming buffer overflow, length to instruction pointer, test position, and here we have shown that we can set the EIP. There. That's good enough for now. I'll read this again. Yeah. Oh. So, to go back here, so the next step is to look at memory as we just did, right? And find where in memory. Right. Not where in memory, but where the code is, right? So, where in memory is the shellcode? So find byte characters, basic of using shellcode, an example of shellcode, and how we can generate it with use of venom, and find the address. Yeah, so I already have this, right? So we're looking in memory here. Right, so I have this bit here, which is this 6666 here. Right, and that's where this ends. That's why we need to continue making notes. So we have selected a start address from looking at the memory, very similarly to this. I don't have the command here, which is not good. Let's add a command. So I do have the commands further up, right? So I remember that this command was not great that they use, but I will still just copy it here, as this is this output in this format. So I'm just going to put it here as an example. Oh, there. So this, we can make some space to make it more stand out there. This is an example of a command that gives this kind of output, but this is not long enough, of course. So, and here's where the knobs stop. Here, we now have to choose an address to which we refer the EIP and which reads and executes one byte after the other starting at the address. In this example, we have taken address. So this is also when FF would make problems. Right. So I'm thinking we could do maths with it in worst case, right? Here we now have to choose an address to which we will refer the EAP in which we read and execute one byte. So let's write something better. Find the address. Find the start address. I'm thinking not for the shell code, but for the exploit, maybe. Execution start address. Very long headers. So we have the shell code. We use knobs here to put it at a position. We have a temporary address. Afterwards, we confirm that it's been entered in the memory in the form it was supplied with Python. And we can see it here. And here we can see the shellcode start. And this represents the start where the instruction pointer will be restored from. And we select let's see, so D731. I was thinking of typing like in the middle of the knobs. Let's do that. We select an address in the middle of our knobs. And then the actual address, and then as our start address. Remember the endianness. I'm like, is there two N's? Yeah, it looked funny when I was typing, or felt funny. The endianness of and reverse the address. My god, I can't type today. The address. Okay. Reverse. And an extra W. So, Y. What did I do? Oh, it's S, right. Yeah, so. That's Swedish and English. Remember to reverse H. Obviously, I can't even spell today. Remember the endianness and reverse the address when adding it to the Python. Dot. And maybe even a colon. Well, our shellcode will hopefully be run. Now. Well, I keep saying now and out. No more comments on my spelling for myself. Out instead of our. Well. So, And now we have to choose an address to which we refer the AP, which reads and executes one byte after the other starting at this address. Example, looks like this. After selecting the memory address, we replace our with address. Note that the input of the address is entered backward. Since our shell code creates a reverse shell, let's let netcat listen. Right. So the track me one was for suid one, so it was just a shell, wasn't a reverse shell or anything. I'm just starting a shell with the suid user. So I have kids running again. Exploitation. Yeah, I think we're like done with our task. Or rather, since I've already clicked this, I've already done this. So I guess I'll read this. Let's just take a few bites. I was in a hurry at the end of stream when I did this, so that's why we're repeating. So, public exploit modification. It can happen. Yes, Kaban. Kid snuck in. Yes? Nej, det kommer inte gå det där. Men du får göra det imorgon istället. Jag måste jobba först. Så måste jag hjälpa morgon på att det blir jätteroligt med svar eller något sånt. Så jag måste hinna det idag. Men imorgon är det inte jobbadag. Okej. Jag gör det imorgon. So I'm just going to make some pancakes for my kid. We'll switch mics. I can actually bring my yogurt down because I don't think I need to eat a lot more. It's Friday today, so we'll have a nice Friday meal later. You'll be tired. Right, and this is when I need my Bluetooth drive today. So this is like 2 minutes to warm pancakes for him. There are 2 minutes microwave time. So let's see. Yeah, so the buffer overflows. I'm thinking maybe we should continue with the Windows ones on the HackTheBox when we're done. That would be kind of nice, because I don't think I know enough on Windows, especially this, that horrible VM for hacking. It was not streamable. That's the most thing. Well, that's kind of important for it to be a resolution that people can read text. And I couldn't zoom on it. I tried. So let's see if I can finish my bread. Good timing. So I'm just getting some jam on these pancakes and then we'll continue. So I think that was the end of the Linux one. And HackTheBox has a has a similar one. It seemed like we had the Windows and the Linux one. We've done the Linux one. I have not finished setting up my VM for Windows, so we will see if HackTheBox has a better, well, VM, I guess. Because for Linux we just SSH there, right? Windows is much more GUI based. At least that's how I think of them. I prefer command line. With the Windows, I've been used to the graphical stuff more. So that's my food. Just going to get it to him. Ben. Oh, Johnny, what is that? Speed 4. Vad måste det kosta? Vilket mycket Ben. So it costs game money or Robux to unlock the next level of the game in Roblox games, apparently. So they played that game so much for years. There. So, public exploit modification. It can happen that during our penetration test, we come across outdated software and find an exploit that exploits an already known vulnerability. These exploits often contain intentional errors in the code. These errors often serve as a security measure because inexperienced beginners cannot directly execute these vulnerabilities to prevent harm to the individuals or organization that may be affected by this vulnerability. To edit and customize them, the most important thing is to understand how the vulnerability works, what function the vulnerability is in, and how to trigger execution. with almost all exploits. We'll have to adapt the shellcode to our conditions instead. Right, so this is odd. It depends on the complexity of the exploit. So you assume that it will continue on the sentence there with almost all exploits, and then, oh, whatever. I remember reading this room is like this all the time. Or module. It plays a significant role in whether the shellcode has been adapted to the protection mechanisms or not. In this case, our shellcode with the different length can have an unwanted effect. Such exploits can be written in different languages or only as a description. These exploits may be different from the operating system, resulting in different instructions. I'm thinking depending on the operating system, right? It's essential to set up an identical system where you can try exploit, yes, before running it blind on a target system. Yeah, if this is an actual customer, it's still very odd to do this in real life, this kind of thing. Such that we can use the system, custom system garage, preventing us from further testing the service. Yeah. So it was part of our everyday life to continually find our way in new environments and always learn to keep. We have to use new situations to improve and perfect this ability. Therefore, we can use 2 applications to train these skills. Okay? Yeah. So we already have this in our notes, and we read a lot about it. But I will read it again. Prevention techniques and mechanisms. The best protection against overflows is secure, conscious programming. Software developers should inform themselves about the relevant pitfalls and strive for deliberately secure programming. Besides, there are security mechanisms that support developers and prevent users from exploiting such vulnerabilities. These include security mechanisms, canaries, address-space layout randomization, ASLR, and data execution prevention, DAP. The canaries are known values written to the stack between buffer and control data to detect buffer overflows. The principle is that in case of buffer overflow, the canary would be overwritten first, and that the operating system checks during runtime that the canary is present and unaltered. Address space layout randomization (ASLR) is a security mechanism against buffer overflows. It makes some types of attacks more difficult by making it more difficult to find target addresses in memory. The operating system uses ASLR to hide the relevant memory addresses from us, so the addresses need to be guessed. When a wrong address most likely causes a crash of the program, and accordingly only one attempt exists. Data execution prevention DAP is a security feature available in Windows XP and later with Service Pack 2. So also Windows XP with Service Pack 2 and later, rather, right? Programs are monitored during execution and ensure that they access memory areas cleanly. DEP terminates a program if a program attempts to call or access memory code in an unauthorized memory manner. And what we wrote down was a bit more in depth, I guess, or so. So that you can't execute stuff on stack, for example. Stack smashing protection SSP we had here, often a part of DAP. Reuse of memory, for example, for example, a stack or mark as read only, but it should be probably non-executable. This is also like a auto text from try hack me this one. Well, the source of it. So I should probably change that. There's also, you know, the comment here. Skill assessment. Right, so there were more examples for us to do. So we're like finished the notes kind of okay now. We were able to get SSH access to a Linux machine whose password was reused by another machine during our penetration test. On this machine, we have standard user HTTP student. We can leave a message to the administrator using a self-written program called leave message. Since the target company pays a lot of attention to defense from outside their network, the administrator's appearance showed high self-confidence. It may indicate that local security was disregarded. Okay. So self-confidence means disregarding security, uh, or the other way maybe too. After our research, we found that these messages are stored in HTTP student message text, which is binary owned by the user root and a SUID bit set on the text file. Examine the program and find out if it is vulnerable to stack-based buffer overflow. If you have found the vulnerability, then use it to read the file. So I'm thinking Windows now. So I must make my brain go back to Linux. If you found the vulnerability, then use it to read the file. Yeah, so this is very similar to try hack me. What are we actually trying to do there? As we paused, because we didn't have any information on how, which is this one has had. It's had more information. So I googled a lot randomly and found the ProStar 2 ones that we haven't finished either. Or we like in the same place on several and going through all of the resources available for the different examples. I'm like, don't I have it up already? We have this example, right? So this is a buffer, 1K, string copy, argument, okay. And that's the one with the bow funk. And the full executable was called bow, I think. Yeah, they're just talking. I thought I heard a mom, but or something else. It's funny how your brain focuses in on one word like that, right? Yeah, so bow. So here we are set executed as or called out of file bow 32. But that's not what it's called when it's compiled on the machine. Well, then we have so I really want to do boxes again too, but I want to finish this. So this is where this is actually at too, right? But then we have, is it here? No, I'm blind. Volhub Protostar. Here we have the Protostar ones. So we have done 0, 1, 2, 3. Right. And we explored this one with EDB, the graphical one on Kali that's pre-installed. But I'm not sure if we finished it. And then 4 we haven't looked at. So we're probably not finished with this one. 64, car buffer, and a pointer. So we're supposed to change it to this, as it calls this function here. And it prints out the address too. Oh my. Yeah, so also in our notes on security here, we also have disabling it. So if I run this and compile the executable with certain options here, then we can do this on our machine for Linux. So yeah, I don't think this is finished. Yeah, it is finished. Code flow successfully changed. Yeah. He was just doing it several ways. Yeah, I compiled it on my Kali machine. Was trying to run it there. So yeah, this is interesting because if we do this now with this new the hack the box supplied this last one, this one, how to turn off ASLR, and this is done for the whole machine until you restart. Yeah. So we can do that if we want to. So let's see. I'm assuming we'll. So sorry, seriously. Just now, you suddenly feel it's Friday afternoon. So, if you have a vulnerability, then use it to read the flag. That's what we're supposed to do. So then we need to connect first. I'm starting my VM. So, Kali. Um, so, SSH. This is the information, but we need to click here to start the system first. And this is where we're at, and this is the last bit of this module. Is module the right name? This is the first one I do on HackTheBox Academy. Determine the file type of read message binary and submit it as an answer. Oh, I'm seeing like string problems here. Not getting the exact right letter. So, are spawning still. Let's hop over to the end. Get started. I'm tired, really. So let's just start the end. So there. And we want to SSH, right? And I've been SSHing to my Minecraft server. Well. Okay, so if I just do an H, we should get the other one. We have an IP. So 42, 191. There. So where is she, student? I'm just copying the password. It's too much to type. So there we have. We were supposed to check the file type of the message. So Satuid ELF 32-bit. So does it want us to give it all of this? This is the question here. Satuid ELF 32-bit. So let's see if we can paste this, and this is what it wants. I don't like when it's like not specific question. So I need to click the submit button. So what format does it want? Knowing which CPU architecture the binary has been compiled also belongs to the file. Okay. So it wants us to cut how much? So architecture, and after architecture it should be like bye for the rest. Let's do a bit at a time. Let's start with deleting this and trying. This is not supposed to be like this, right? Okay. So probably this is the right. No. So maybe it's just a 32-bit thing it thinks is right. No. 32-bit. ELF 32-bit. Seriously. File type. So what of this would you say is a file type? So it could be any bit of it. I don't like this kind of question because of the way you say set answers. So this I like. Format. This is what it wants for format. It wants 5 digits, 0x. So this is explicit, right? And this is just a flag. And this is probably just a number, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Simple. Decimal number. How many bytes in total must be sent before reaching EIP? Right? So it's time to actually do the things. So I'm going to move notes over to the other screen here. So we have notes on this one. So we can hop to machine, notes, machine, notes. And we're going to go through our instructions and make sure that they're okay, right? So we don't need the learning bit explaining how it works. We're going to go for the like instructions. Here's how it works. First, is there a buffer overflow? We need to run the program and see what on earth it does. It says leave message, right? So I'm assuming we are using a so I so want to disassemble it now, but I'm going to try not to disassemble it because that's more of a challenge, right? We'll see. So let's just run it. Leave MSG. So command not found because I forgot the dot. And we got a segmentation fault at once, and I hope the stream doesn't crash because sometimes it just does. We're using a SSH machine though now, so it's not on our machine, so that's safe. So let's do 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 characters. Left message for the administrator. It can handle this, okay? So 100 is not a problem. I'm thinking we will use Python for input now because it's much easier to make a longer message. So let's dollar, and then fail dollar. Oh, that's so funny. And let's just hop to the notes. Right, I'm supposed to use the notes. So I'm thinking we could just copy this and increase the number. Should we do that? Well, this is the argument one. So let's actually take the exact right one. And inside the parentheses, this is, well, this is a messy one, whatever. So let's copy it and let's just paste it here. There, it was so slow I thought it failed. So I'm like doing this instead times 4. And let's do 63 then, I guess. We can do 63 because that's 64. Let's do B. Nah, I'm regretting my choices. Can't I type? Oh, it's so slow. I'm seriously annoyed at how slow it is. Hope I don't delete too many characters. No updates there. So we actually using the basic one. I'm sure this will be okay in message for the administrator since I already tried 100 character, right? So let's now try. So I think they had like 1024 in their examples. So let's try 1000. Works fine. 1050. Oh, even that works. So let's do 10,000. And then we half that. My goodness. Okay, so this is so slow. So slow. So let's do 2000. 2000 is okay. 3000. I did click it all and nothing happened. So 3000 is over the limit. So 25. Well, I think it's time to do a non-repetitive string here, right? So let's do that instead. We should make a prepared command for this. It just stopped again responding. So let's go through it all and not miss anything. So this is just the learning bit still, right? Yeah, so I'm going to go and do a pattern create, but this is the full path of it. That's probably correct. So let's paste it here and let's do L 2500 no such file or directory. Okay. So let's.
Madam Fabulous says.
Did I see Nix? I didn't realize you used that.
Nix. No, I don't know. I don't think you saw Nix. What's Nix? Nix for me means a Swedish service that you don't want ads on your phone. Or Nix.
Oh,
So, tell me Nix. What's Nix?
I was thinking Nixos.
Okay, okay. No, this is a virtual. This is the Hack the Box Academy. So we can see what it is. It's Ubuntu. This is the HTTP student. Okay, next buff, 32 skills. Okay. I don't know why they call it that, but it's this thing. Here. So that's the end of the stack-based buffer overflow on Linux. So why are they calling it Nix? Now we have to do Nixos. I think I've heard it before. So what's the family of Nixos? Nix. Okay, so it has its own package manager and stuff. Okay, so I'll focus back on the topic. You can tell me
It's its own kernel.
Yeah, if it has its own packaging system, then it seems kind of. So it's a separate OS. So its own. I want to make Wikipedia. So it's still Linux.
It's an OS and a package manager.
Mm-hmm. But it's Linux, so it's not a separate operating system. It's just called OS. But maybe they don't think that. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, you can always try to persuade me to do something else than Debian based, but of course I do other things too. Ah, yeah, so curious why this one is called Academy Nix Buff Skills. But it is so. My name says I change. Find a pattern. Well, or I can just run it on my machine. If it's on the machine, I mean, it's the purpose of this is to actually, right, is to run this. And they don't know if we have a machine that has this installed, right? Oh gosh, it's so slow. I type one character or move one character, and it's like going, oh my. Is that enough? Yeah, very much enough. So not a good idea. Yeah, I have to have a better find. So, and I feel a bit tired, so let's check my normal ones that I usually use in my basic stuff. So let's just find. So yeah. Right. But I'll go help instead. That's not useful. So did anything actually happen here? It's if I type something, yeah. So let's do find. I have to wait to make sure that it didn't actually get the D. No, it didn't actually get the D. See if this works. Oh, okay. This is the worst bit with this academy, that the machine is crazy slow. But maybe this is because I don't pay. But I guess I do, because I don't know that I don't, because it's the cube thingies you pay with. So it would be a slow for someone who paid for them. And it's really slow. Default path is current directory. Um, Default expression is print. So, oh gosh, why am I tired? It's Friday, I know, but still, right? So I'm just not expression. Yeah, so I don't just look tired. I am tired today for some reason. Yeah, so find in the root, and I was thinking it was enough to do. Let's do type F, I guess. Type. I'm typing. Is it realizing I'm typing? Let's click on it again. Can I click? Yeah, now I can type F. Yeah, and let's no, let's just do that. Path must precede expressions. Yeah, we need name. That's why. Come on. Sorry, I'm so sorry, stream, but I don't know if it is at the right place now because it's so slow. So it will look very odd. I'm waiting. Will the text appear? Yes, it did. So that's also without the always. I always use them now. I'm trying to type a little because of this. I also always use exec, like LSLA or something. Yeah, so we'll have to use it ourselves. So let's go back to the actual. We can clear it so it's prettier. And let's go to the actual command. And can I select like this? I can't. So if we copy this and then this is the worst thing when I delete characters. I don't know how far it's deleted. Do I dare to delete more characters? Let me just paste it here. Okay. So was my path wrong? That's odd. User share Metasploit framework tools exploit pattern create. So was this on another box? Let's have to type this. Okay, I'll have to type again. That's funny. So here you see my full command. I did find this last time. After I realized it was not a .py file. And that fail, right? So since it's actual .rb. So I think it's .rb. Yeah, I can see it up there. No. So I think I can do patterns here, but let's just instead go. Let's cd usr cd share, and then we had, because this is good to have in the notes. So we have a Metasploit framework here. And we have tools. Did I like put one letter wrong or something? That's annoying in that case. So cd exploit. Pattern create is here. So user share Metasploit framework, tools exploit, pattern create. So I must have misspelled it. Now I'm not sure how I misspelled it though. But I'm very curious if I did it here too. I don't want to redo it, so let's just copy the darn string. But after we run this, yeah, so we will have to debug it. Let's see what. Pattern create. Pattern create. So let's copy this back now. When after it worked. Here. Oh, I'm going to backspace again. Oh, yeah, it took some time, but it did lag. There. Yeah. All right, I forgot to switch my mic back. Sorry. So I'm taking a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Oh. Yeah, I was like, did I get more messages? No. Oh. So sometimes I'm so glad I have two kids because they're playing together, you know, having fun together, even if they don't meet a lot of other people because they both like got problems with that. They're playing Roblox games together now. Very nice. If I had just one, that'd be so alone a lot of the time. If it would even have this problem, of course. So they're both great kids anyway. Let's see now. Yeah, so maybe it wasn't me mistyping. I don't know what else it could have been. Whatever. So what's the GDB, right? But I don't remember all the syntax because it's like a mess. And I'm missing R2's and GDB's syntax. So just GDB and executable, and let's see here, run it with the input, right? So if you GDB dot leave message, and then we do run, and this didn't work, so we will have to do the horrible long one, I guess. Oh, we can just do this. So there. I was going to do something else there, or rather I did something before, right? So there. And now we got the number back. So I'm not even copying it before I have my... Yeah, right, I went to the directory. So let's just let's lay here again. And we have pattern offset, so pattern offset, yeah, so it'll even offset, and we want a Q, and we want our query, which is this. There. So now I'm thinking we have the answer to our second question. Here. 2060 is the position. So maybe it will want 59. No? How many bytes in total must be sent before reaching EIP? Oh, I mistyped. Yeah, it is 60. So that's funny. Mistyping. So why is it like this? Keeps complaining. Oh. Submit the size of the stack space after overriding the EIPs in the answer. Right. What did I use to find this information? Let's look at the notes. Do I have this in the notes? I might not. If we don't, we have found something to add. So yeah, and also they do Q because they want to not have the licensing information there. I guess that I will need to find this information. I haven't got it at all in my notes. So the size of the stack space after overwriting the EIP as the answer. Right. So let's go and look in this if we can see. Maybe it's this. So I made a header and then I never wrote anything because I didn't like what I had here. So they had a question here. Oh, this was horrible too. It's not a logical answer. So this is on bad cars. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else here. No. So it was just a random question at the end, I think. Yeah. Stack says after overwriting the EIP. So I'm going to look at this hint. Help info. Right, and I had to do all, I think. Well, let's do help info. So help. I thought I didn't type in there because it's so slow. Help info. I think just all. Is it not in here? Because I did stack first. So info all. No. Info stack. No. Let's do help info again. For this one, to find this answer, we had to look at, we had to Google. I remember this. It's something else in here. Not stack. Info types. This is annoying, especially since I googled this before, right? So let's actually Google this one and see just a question this time. Proc all. That's probably it. I remember there was all in it. Info proc all. So we hopped around a lot to Google anyway. So let's go back to machine and let's do info proc all. So I'm just thinking, don't want to miss it. Start of stack, end of stack. End of text, start of stack. I must have missed it. Here, proc all. Mapped. Oh, right. Here. This is the answer. So I thought it's at the start, I know this, but I was looking at the headers, not here. It's a bit funny that the enter doesn't work, you have to click the button. That's funny to me. Well, odd. Very odd. Not just funny. So, several nights I've slept a bit too little. I had important meetings in the morning and stuff, so... I couldn't miss Al stream yesterday, even though it went to like 1:30. So I'm sorry if I'm a bit tired. Yeah, so now we just have the actual thing. So this is good too, you know, but this time let's actually add it to the notes. So let's put this on getting information here from the tools, right? Exploring. This also could be a GDB thing. If I have it here, I'll faint, right? Info proc all. Yeah, I did add it here. I usually add stuff to the notes, you know. I usually do. So we Googled, we did find it quickly, but still. So what's in my notes already? So including what memories in use. Stack space. So if I ever see this again looking for the word stack space, I will like find it there. And is that what they use in the question? It's stack space. Right? So how much space a stack takes for this process? That's kind of logical. Then I don't know exactly why I would want to know this. Maybe not to overwrite too much, but I still don't know where on it we're at, right? Yeah, so it's, for me, this is not useful at all. This number, it's just like, and what? Let's actually give it some reasonable data instead, like, no. Yeah, and I remember the odd thing with this example was that it uses a reverse shell to itself. And I'm like, why on earth would you do that? Why? We have to SSH twice to it or something, you know? To be able to listen while we run it on there. Why not just do it to ourselves? So, buffer overflow, we know we have buffer overflow, we know the position of EIP in this 32-bit program. And we don't have to go into more depth than this to find this, because as it crashes it tells us at what the contents of the, well, the address number it's the error is at. So, but I've been looking this way before. So we did this. This is why we found the position. So confirm buffer overflow. Alright, so this is really before. So we just have new headers. I'm like, how far down was it? This far. So instead of just doing that, we can use it with GDB and we can get a pretty error like this that we don't need to. It's just getting an error like this. This way we get the the value put into EIP. So I'm just thinking that this section is not really in the right spot, which never happened before that I sort something. So this is exploring memory, which is, did it hop? No. So this is not a part of the instruction how to do it. This is a bit of the knowledge we assume when we get started with the actual buffer overflow, right? So we're supposed to have a check on what is GDB and R2, right? Memory layout registers. So this is part of low-level program execution, and then we have buffer overflow, which is what is there a buffer overflow? Non-repeating output. This is really check position of position of saved instruction pointer on stack. That's what we're doing, and that's really what this is. There. So check position of same instruction pointer on stack. The next step is to change the value of the instruction pointer. This cannot be done directly, as is read only, but the old value, this is where we edited before. We want to see where it ended up in memory. We can use these. So, and then we have an example that doesn't have to have a header, but just a column like that. And this is test that the position is correct. So right, if we trust this, we don't have to do this, and we did set it right. So we don't need to do this now. We know where it is, right? This is not done yet. So I guess we need to do the bad character bit. It's good to repeat this. I'm just annoyed at me being tired. So it's nice to repeat it, because it's the way you learn, you know. If I do it more times, I will remember it better without thinking. So, if we run it, I don't think we need to exit GDB. So we run it with this input. Here. We want to start it from the beginning. And we didn't get any problems, but we don't know if this is the memory. We could add more data to get a buffer overflow if we wanted. We can do that. So plus parenthesis Aha! I remembered. So let's do dollar parenthesis Python. Let's see. Did it click? No? See? Print parenthesis. I guess we use this one now. What's the end character? I don't remember. I don't dare to test it again. Come on. It's just a lag. So plus times, and we need to end character 2, times 1000. What, I don't know if this will be enough. So was 255 or something. So we obviously have a bug, right? Unexpected EOF. So first of all, why didn't I remove null? Control A. So let's remove null because you know, but it's still let's look at the memory. So yeah, so before I had like some minus the number of characters and stuff. We don't have that now. We just randomly throwing stuff out there. A random number of characters. So seriously, I'm just looking for the command to list them, and I know what it is already, so why am I looking? Let's just type so X. Will it pop up the text? No. X through, how much do we want? 2000. HX? No. XB. XB. Yeah, split them into bytes. And ESP minus, well, they had like something like 500. Let's double check. Oh, right. I just missed a character. So let's look at the exploring memory bit here. Yeah, I thought it was dollar, but I was like, I don't want to mess it up again. So of course it is dollar, because that's hardest to type on the Swedish keyboard, right? Though @ is not as hard. Don't type dollar a lot. So
ISO strikes again.
ISO strikes again. Is ISO what could make me less tired? So I'm looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 here. I can't see any 1, 2, 3, 4. This is annoying. I should have been smarter and put some kind of character I could recognize before. So I will do that again, because this is too hard. If I had seen only 55, 55, 55, like last time, it's much easier to find where it starts, you know? So now it's like, I don't even know if I'm looking at the right bit of memory, because I was just randomly throwing those numbers in there. So, let's go. Right, I should minimize this. 1, 2. And...
Yeah, repeating characters are easier to spot.
yeah, very much so. Random characters are kind of random. Though 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D is not that hard to spot. But if it's like aborted just at the start, and you don't even know if you're in the right bit of memory, then it's...
Especially in Hex, I'd imagine.
It's easier, of course, to find the same character over and over all the time. So let's do something like this. Let's just add this in there. So it's a lot now. So it will be too much. And we're putting it at the start instead of the end, which is good, because I think I hopped to short too, as I did 2000 and minus 500. Right. So, first of all, let's remove this. We could just put it at the start, from the start. And if it's too long, it's too long. Plus times. Let's do 500. And let's do x55, 55, because it's easy to spot. 5s are easy to see. Anything is easy to see, but zeros, you know, they're like all over the place. And so, and let's do 500 this time. See if we see any 5s. Yeah, no 5s. So we're in totally wrong spot here. So I don't know if it... I'll scroll up, because... yeah, so we're in the wrong spot. If you think about this like logically, this will be after the crash. We didn't put any breakpoints or anything. I'll just... I should probably put a breakpoint instead. Did you see the lag? Did you see the lag? Yeah, so I should be more structured, right? Not just throwing something in there. But I'm so tired. So let's be more structured and do it in a better way. And let's follow the instructions more to the point, right? So, so we have, this is what we're going to do, find bad characters. And this is the suggested method here. So we know that ours is actually 2060, right? If we were to use the same one. So let's actually copy the whole one and then edit it. So that's why we have these saved, because it's easier that way. So if I paste this and then I'm going to edit it, we can have 66 at the end. That will confirm for us if we hit the right spot. Yeah, this will be interesting. And then we have to remove the snip, of course, without the actual string, which I also have, easy to copy for a reason. So I'm just copying this now. And let's go back here and delete. I'm waiting for one of these random lags, so I won't see a thing. So if this is correct, let's see. We gotta exit normally, so we didn't do far enough, and that's kind of what I expected, since we're removing the 4. Oh, what did I do? Oh, it started some kind of search. I was going to Control A, and then it ended up being a Control S instead. So I'm going to remove the 4. That should overwrite a bit more than the position of the EIP, and also overwrite the EIP, right? So this should be exactly the right number. But it wasn't. Okay, yeah, so it's ignoring stuff. Ignored null byte in input, right? So I didn't delete the null byte. So we're going to run it again, Control A. But this one I delete this one, right? And then we will have to add to this one. Oh my, I can't move again. So let's do
N1GHT3 says.
61.
I haven't been following the stream closely, but if you want to simplify things, just run your pattern create command. This will overwrite red, allowing the instruction pointer to execute whatever you have in that position within the pattern, eep/rip. Use the pattern offset from what you see in eep/rip to determine the correct length. Done, smile, smile.
Yeah, but what we're doing now is to finding the position of our, or rather we're looking for bad characters right now. So we know that it's 2060 characters in, and this is supposed to be 255 since it's 00 to FF. So we're checking if there's any of these characters except for null that will like kill the string length. So I did click it, right, and it exited normally, so it still didn't do it, which is kind of odd. So let's just add something to the end. I'm just adding more. So it will keep exiting normally because something in the memory there is not put there as it should. Whatever. So let's do this and look at the memory. So if you have any tips on the memory commands there, because I'm like, now I put the 55s at the start so I can see it more easily. No registers. Right, it's exited. Yeah, so let's just double check. So I'm trying to follow the notes this time instead, but it won't crash now, so it is closed to program. It hasn't got any, but the memory should still be there. Why doesn't this work? X2000 let's see, XP. Yeah, this is what I had in my notes. No, it's not what I have in my notes. I had plus. Because it's backwards, right? So, but we still can't do it. So I'm like almost just typing random stuff at the end to make it crash. So that I don't have to set a breakpoint. So if you have any tips on the easiest way to do it, I'll just reread the last bit. This were alright. Yeah. Use a pattern offset. Yeah, we did that. So we could just remove what I think might be the problem, but I want to see the memory and see what actually is not in there. That's what I want to do now. And I might just switch to R2 because I'm annoyed at GDB because it's not as pretty. It's not as pretty as R2. Yeah, so my notes are failing me because yeah, let's go back. Let's see. Do we have in memory here just a previous run of this? No. Yeah. Oh, that was the info for the stupid question of. Yeah, here's when we just run it with the string. We don't need to redo that. But if we go back up even more, no, it's not in this GDB session. So let's go to the end again. And let's do 1000 here. And let's do 2000 here. Okay. So it doesn't matter because it breaks, right? So we can never make a longer string because it breaks it. Maybe the new line something. That's why it exits. So at least that's confirmed. I'm like thinking of the best way to do this. If I exit GDB, it will lose all the history. I don't care though. But let's just look at my notes for GDB first. So I have this type. Here's where I have minus. That's why I was doing minus.
Suspicious Garden says.
CHEAP viewers on. Web link.
FixerBot
So
says,
messages are deleted
message removed.
as they should.
Insurgent Hairbrush says.
BS viewers on. Web link.
Yes, and at least no one can click those messages by mistake. I can't control the TTS speed there. I'll also secure the live if you can do something about that. Because we don't want those messages read, right? And I can't control the communication to the TTS. I can always remove the messages from chat, and it's not quick enough, even if it's by a program. So HackTheBox mail. Also, this is what I was looking at earlier, or listening to. It's 5 minutes left.
And one GHT3er says.
Usually you don't have to spend so much time on check bad chars. Good to understand it, but if you just generate your shellcode and venom with B_X_O_X0A_X_X0D_X/X5C_X5F_X2F_X2,
Yeah,
almost
but
always works. More been battle with backers on Windows for like OSCP and stuff, but then they intentionally want you to understand that concept. Smile, smile.
Yeah, but I still want to do it to practice, right? So I still have to see the memory, and if GDB doesn't show it to me, knocking on the door. But thank you very much for answering. Vad var det gubben? Okej, jag gör det snart. Jag ska göra klart en sak först. So my kid wants more food. Yeah, so I get that. So let's compare your list to mine here. I even have the tabs with, because this one was a problem in one of the examples I had. Oh, it's still now it's double horizontal tab. I just sorted them. I didn't. So 8, you have AD, yeah, and I also have the tabs, the form feed. I guess it makes it harder for it to make something, though, I guess. So let's put your list in the notes. Oh my, it was hard. It started scrolling here. So, and also see if you had the one that didn't wasn't in my list, right? So AD, the new line character turn, and 5C is backslash, so escape character. What is 5F? I don't know that. Then we have 2F and 2E. 2F is /. So now I need to know what 5F. So 5F and 2E. So we had ChatGPT up earlier. It can answer. So I asked for more characters like this because it wasn't all the characters I wanted. So what are underscore and dot? All right. Yeah. So those are not very specially characters. But okay. Underscore and period dot. Let's add them to the lists. And let's do a suggestion from, and let's add your name. I guess I can type it. I was going to copy it. So
FixerBot says. There. New follower Cybernair Dante. Less than 3.
Use these. And don't check every time. But I want to know how
Cybernair Dante says
every time too.
Good morning. Happy hacking.
Good morning. Thank you. It's always happy hacking, right? So we're going to
and
add...
one GHT3er says.
Think these chars are just very common in CTF to make badgers to test you that you understand the concept. Smile. Yeah. So I just save them in my documentation.
Yeah, sure.
Smile.
So is your documentation public, by the way? That's always nice to have more info. So I have mine on GitHub. So 5 C F is the one I didn't have. and 5F is underscore. There. And then we have 2E. So.
Yes, you have them here. I created it when did my OSCP web link.
Oh, nice. Thank you. So, of course, I'll have to click on you here and click a follow, and you'll see my name there too. So, I'll check your stuff. So, how long ago was it that you did the OCP? It's always fun to know, but I can, of course, see your time stamps.
3 to 4 years ago.
3 years ago, 6, 4. Yeah, so I just started with this, like, a bit more than a year ago now. So very nice to have people's notes to check. Right, so what are you using? Are you using Obsidian 2, or do you use something else? Yeah. Also, some of your notes are over 6 years old, so you've been doing this for some time. Like your LFI notes are initial commit.
This was just my own stuff, very unstructured.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Not intended for anyone else, Tom.
Yeah, so I'm kind of trying to make mine readable.
But now it's a lot of stars on it.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so someone asked me if I had my notes public, and then I had to make them public. So now they are. I split them. Yeah. So let's just do period dot and of course a dash first. So I'm trying to write it in a way so you could. I'll probably make a YouTube video when I think I understand everything or most of things. And this is all Linux so far, right? So I'll have to. No, not all, because I have like memory tools and stuff for Windows. Oh, that's also the wrong one. So yeah. So here's the list. We added a few characters. Yeah, so I can understand that
VR Mechatronics says
programs can think,
hey, how is it going?
Backspace is odd to have in a string, for example. Hi VR, welcome back. It's good. How are you? Have you been training? Physically at the gym? So, did you meet other people in 70 and 80 years old today? There. I hope so. Right.
Yes, and now I order supplements, reading about it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's probably a good way to get started with, like, restarting life a bit, right? Getting some move your body and make sure that bit's okay. So here I have ESP plus 1400. This is the actual one I did. No, it's not. This is example I put on top of my actual example because I didn't have one. So this is not actually what I did. So where do I have this? This is probably not saved then. Yeah. So these are my notes for this now. Yeah, and I want to see the memory. So this is my problem right now. I might just hop to R2. But let's put a breakpoint first.
Geppetto learning me how to cook SUPL. Soup XDDD.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. So I've never eaten any like gym training supplement thingy, so I don't know anything about it. Just try to eat like regularly okay stuff. My hobby is eating keto foods, but ice cream just disappears, so I don't know how well he's doing with that. So let's see. So if I instead do X, let's say 100 only. Let's even do like 30, right? Let's whatever, 100. And XP. That part I could write at least.
Protein ice cream sounds good, but not sugar.
Oh, that's normal ice cream we have with chocolate and lots of sugar and stuff. But you have to. I like that he's not that strict with it. Before he ate like chicken fillet diet, and he was like mad all the time at everything. He loves food, For me, it probably wouldn't be that bad because I'm like, okay, this is for a good purpose. I can stand this horrible taste for a bit, but I don't think I would be like very like mad at everybody. I don't know. Maybe it's like he was missing vitamins and stuff. I don't know. So this is better that he's cheating a bit and getting some carbs, because if he didn't, it would probably not go very well. So let's do $. Remembering it, this
Dante
one.
says.
ESP.
Ice cream equals. I did keto to lose weight to get into the military and it works well, but it is torture.
Yeah. Ice cream is good. And we just went to Lidl
says.
actually, and
I read how to speed up fat burning and muscle building. 9 supplements I need. Geppetto say.
Okay. So Geppetto knows this? So ESP minus. Let's just do ESP. And we're getting no register because it's not running, I'm thinking. So if we set a break point at. Now we'll have to disassemble. I was trying to do this without disassembling it. But this is now we have a use for it, right? I really want to disassemble it now, because then we can just see what it does. So let's disas. Oh my god, it's not typing anything. No. Disas guess main. We could first do info functions. So let's do info functions. And we can see what it is. So we have main. We have leave message.
So I'm asking how to change the hormonal balance without using a needle, and it can be done.
Okay. So I don't remember how it's used to call function names. Is this the functions of this frame dummy? So we see here PLT. At PLT, it's puts, exit, stir copy, F close. It uses a lot of stuff. Deregister TM clones. Register TM clones. Anyway, let's start with main. And we also have more. And also malloc, calloc, free, realoc are also like without any ats or anything. Let's quit it. This is too many functions. Let's just set this as main, right? And this is not the pretty one because we're on this machine. Yeah. So if I would disassemble something on my machine, I would get a prettier output because this is old, right? That must be it. Or it's Kali default install upgrading it. So if I were to just quickly see, where do we have calls? Here we have puts, leave message, set receive it. Okay. So this one actually does something like that. Call. So this is the first time I've disassembled something that's several pages long. Well, not much more than a page, but still. So I'm thinking if we like break at this or something at the very end, so it still has stuff left. We don't have to like, I mean, as long as we're not after the leave and return, right? So let's go to this one. Let's copy this and break. And we can also
FixerBot
use.
Says. New follower Backchroniker 6. Less than 3.
So I don't know if we can just put an address here, but I assume so, because I think if we put a function name, we can also do B. Let's explore, see if my notes are correct here. We can also use, if we have, I'm assuming this is with the bug info compilation, we can do this, line 10 in the C code. Now we don't have any C code, so not a problem. So I'm going to paste that there and see if it works. It's not a function. Make breakpoint pending on future share label in. No. Let's actually instead do a breakpoint on leave message, right? So we can look at what's in there with the function name. So B leave MSG, right? Or we could do the last call is puts. We could do puts instead. It's just slow. I'm like, am I typing in the right place? Yes, I was. So puts at PLT. See if this works. So now we have a breakpoint that works. That's good. Only it isn't a function that we don't really want to be in. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. So we don't want to be there really. We'll be inside of a very external function. So what are the commands to control the execution? Next, step 1 line, next one instruction. C to just continue. We can jump to an address and start there. That's a bit odd. It feels like we have magic powers with us. Yeah, let's just test it. So if we run it now with the same thing, we got to the breakpoint, and if we do IR, info registers, we can see that our EIP is exactly at this spot here. But what do we have in our ESP now? Let's see if we look at a bit more of the data here. So let's do the plus 500 one. So we have our 55s, we found them. So this didn't work because the program had exited and there was nothing active. So here we have the position we're looking for. We can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, no 9. Not surprised. So our first bad one is 9, right? So we're going to do it all, step through it and make sure that we have all of the things, right? So if we go back here to our instruction for ourselves, the notes, so we're at bad characters. What do we need to add to this to make it? There was stuff missing, right? Definitely. I have this already here, but it's too far down because I didn't look there. I looked at this line only. We had to break execution to be able to look at memory here. Which is kind of good too. That's better even. It's still a parenthesis. Yeah, I have a better idea. Font color equals red. Font. So now we can't miss that, right? We have to break program execution with the breakpoint, otherwise we can't read the data. So now we're going to change this. Yeah, let's do another example here. I'm assuming maybe we'll get the same whatever. EX1 hex, EX2 hex, and we're going to add 9. So here we cannot quit because we know what the problem was. So we go back here and Control A, go forward to 9 there, and I'm going to just run this again. Yes, we want to restart it. It will stop at the breakpoint. We check memory again. Did I run the same one? Yeah. So we are like 3 pages too early. So we could change that. Anyway, we have another one here. A doesn't work either. Big surprise. But it doesn't, so let's add it to the list again. 0x 0a hex 10, or rather decimal 10 hex 0a. So we can quit again. We can go back here. Let's Control A, go to A. There, run it again. Now I have removed a few characters. So those 255 are not really 255 anymore, whatever. There. I'm thinking of let's see. Oh my god. Did I remove the plus too? Yeah, so this was wrong direction. So let's do it again. 700. Yeah, now we're in the 5s at the start, but we're... No, I don't think that was good. I'm sorry, I'm learning this, so I'm testing stuff. So let's do 3 instead then. So 1 page until we got to the 5s. Yeah, so that was bad. So 5s at once, that's a good thing. Let's quit. Let's do 7. If this is not 5s at once, then it's worse. So Q, 8. I'm doing 1 at a time now, sorry. Slow progress. So now we can see much more than we could before. So it's still too early. Let's do much more. So I'm going to do 30. Let's do 40. Yes, Gaben. Kids knocking. Yes, Gaben. Är du hungrig i magen? Okej, men jag har saker jag behöver... Nej, det är inte så det funkar, Laban. Det är så att jag behöver göra klart det jag gör. Sen gör jag mat och sen går jag. Okej? Så jag kommer hinna göra mat till dig innan jag går. Yes, okej. Jag behöver göra klart den där saken först. Jag kan förklara sen för dig vad jag gör, så får du se. So, so I had misunderstood a bit about. So I'm like thinking, why not do 19 since that's 2000, right? Yeah, so now we're getting it kind of close. So if we actually do 2000. So now we had a problem called lag and I didn't have time not to click, so it's still odd that it's yeah, so I did have a -1 too. So let's queue it first. Okay, right. So I want it better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and A is gone. B, C, D, E, F. And this is when we can start looking like this. So And since we're using this print, it doesn't work as well. Well, anyway, 80808080808080 and 8089 ABCDEF. So it ended here. So there's actually no more characters. So X to 0 was not a problem in this one. Hex, I should say. Yeah, it's not there. Am I blind? Yeah, I know why I missed it. I didn't look at all of the numbers. I just checked 80. Yeah, so I missed it. I have to still check for nulls in here. I have to still check for nulls. So here we have one. So let's add it here. Big surprise is the same as the previous example. I kind of assumed, and now I'm kind of assuming that there are no more. But we'll have to restart it again, of course. And if I go up a few more now, Q. So Control A to get to the start, and then we go to 20 hex. There, it's gone. And to confirm with our notes, it is space. So we're removing space too. New line, line feed, null, and no, that's not it. Horizontal, null, horizontal tab, line feed, new line, being the same thing, and character return is not a problem here with spaces. So there, we want to start it from the beginning. We want to run our kinda updated code now. And we have 1F to 1. And I can see that the pattern is okay, but I still have to check all of the lines for nulls so that we don't have a null in here. So how far down does it go? To this, and here we have the 6s. So no zeros, no, meaning the string is ended. So let's queue that one. Let's actually see. We removed 4 characters, right? So if we go to the start here and actually remove only 251 for those, then we should have a crash now with 66s. And to test this, we only need to continue the execution, which is C for continue. And segmentation fault, and there's actually one miss there in the digits.
New follower CR1716.
Oh right, I
Less
already
than 3.
removed one. I removed it was 256, so that's why. Welcome in. Well, thanks for the follow. So I already removed one, that's why. So if you already removed one number, you shouldn't remove it again. So this should be 2. Now we should get the correct error. 666666666, which is good. So we have the correct length, and for still, yeah, just confirming that everything works as it should. So we have all the bad characters now too. And let's continue the instructions. And we have the same, so I'm kind of like removing this example too. Bad chars and hex. Well, kind of obvious since we're only using hex all over the place. So now let's hop over to the next step. Let's see. The previous one they actually did a MSF Venom here. But I was like, why are they using this? I don't get it. Why, right? So we had to be listening on the on the remote machine for its own reverse. Odd. So let's switch this. Let's change this to make it actually do it on ours, right? So I'm going to just copy the basic one, and then we can make a new one. We can have its odd example there still. It's a bit odd, the module it's called, right? On HackTheBox. So actually let's make a new tab, and let's just cd there somewhere. So just not to have such a long name of the tab. So we have the same bad cars, but we want a new IP address, and why not just make this a bit prettier too? So 10, 14, 245. So we're adding our IP in here instead, because it used to be in the example they're using their own. So I had to do the other one that was example. I had to SSH twice to this machine. That's funny. Odd. So I experimented with the formats too, and C seems to be the best one, though I don't like it really. So we get the \x format then, but we also get it in strings. You'll see. It's for Linux. It's a shell reverse TCP, and we want, yeah. So if I change format from C, we get something else, some other old. Right. Yeah, I should have. Let's just update this. I don't want it to be a file. I just want it. So we have it in nice here. So let's actually put this one back into the notes, right? Oh. So I failed my copy. So here we have a better one. Why would we want it to file when we just copy into another tab? I don't know, but it's not all logical what they're doing. So so we just have to edit this a bit, and this is why I don't like the C one, but it's the best from what I found. If anyone has better suggestions, they're very welcome. So this was just demoing there, so I removed this one then to the output. Why would you want a file when you have like hex values? I mean, it's not actually the values. It's not a binary. It's just a text file with hex. So I'm kind of like almost changing all of this notes to the one I have now because this is what I prefer. Let's just do it, right? I don't want an odd example that I don't understand why they did. Let's have a good example that I understand why I did it. So there. And this is the same thing, but I have just changed the formatting, so it's not like a million lines. So let's just remove it, and I don't know if this will be 101 characters, so let's make a new one. So first of all, oh my god, I'm sorry, I just want it all to be prettier. So can you add formats? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So until here it is 10, 70. So 74, 78, 82. Is it only me? Did I calculate it wrong? Is it 95 this time? So let's do 95, and then I'm going to undo so we can see what the previous one looks like in length. Yeah, so I think it is the same length. So it's probably just me messing stuff up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm actually going to do something that they suggested, but they suggested it for an odd reason. So I didn't do it, and I didn't put it in my notes, but this is a useful case for it. So where could they have? Yeah, it's in the bad characters. So they counted the string, the characters in them here, with Z and WC. So so we are going to just echo it there. So I'm assuming that they didn't really mean to use it for this, because I was like, so, and how did they generate this? Don't they know how many characters this is? This is obviously 256, right? From 00 to FF. That's 256. We don't need to calculate it. But here we have a use for it to get here. So calculate the number of characters, and we can do it this way. Oh my god, I have to shift control paste. All the cars. So it's not pretty, Right, we could SH this to get some prettier colors. Let's just put this in one line. Yeah. So I was like, why does it look like that? Now I know. I was like, just... And let's first of all just paste this, and then we're going to replace cars with a string. So copy the string after removing all the special characters there, meaning new lines and stuff. So let's just paste it in here. And okay, so their code to calculate characters didn't work. So let's see. So no, I think I need that. What we could do, the easiest one is just to let's just do this and pipe it, you know. And you could also T if you want, right? So let's see if their command works on the actual output. And I'm just double checking that it's the same. It will take the same time, but I'm sure it will generate the same thing again. This says 106. Yeah, 425 bytes. The same here. Payload size 95 bytes. So, and when I counted, I got it to 95 characters. So why? Am I just stupid? And like, why? Should I just go on what I counted? I assume that I miscalculated it, you know? And especially now when their calculation gets something else. But then I see it is 95 bytes. It says so, right? So we don't need this calculation that apparently didn't work. My calculation seemed to be correct. Yeah, this annoys me. And I also have 95 here because I think I had to fix that because it was actually 95 for last time too. Yeah, so sorry for that nothing useful bit. Anyway, let's continue. So now we know this. I have experience from several times of doing this instead of just once and going confused. So it is 95 characters. And we don't need to count that because it says it's 95 bytes. Right? Find the execution start address. What I'm thinking is this is a header for a bit lower down. Because first let's do, yeah, so let's do we have from this we get the shell code and we get the number of bytes 95 because it says payload size 95 bytes, right? And this is a text file size with all the extra characters and stuff, right? So we know these things as facts and then we can use them, including the 95 here. So we run this with our current size being something else. But we still have 4 at the end because we're still 32-bit. We have something else here. Let's just update this one. So for us, this is 2060 minus, right, 124 knobs was just a random number. I don't know why they did 124 knobs. Let's do 100 just because I want to change stuff, right? Also 64 is a nice number. We can have 256 is a nice number. I mean, we're going to see these in the output and try to find something in there, right? And then we have our code and the address. We don't know what it is yet, so we're doing 66s here. But we need to change this, and I'm going hungry too, so it's not just my kid that wants food. But he thought that I would be leaving at 17 exactly, and I won't. I want to finish this. I have to go and help my mom. She was worried about her car. I think it says that it needs service or something, and she always gets stressed when she doesn't understand what it's the message of the car. So it's not a good thing because she sleeps bad then. So there. So let's go back here. Let's see what we run last time here. I'm trying to arrow up. Did it die? Yeah, it did. It died. So I'm assuming everything is the same, that we can just continue. But this tab hasn't realized that it's not on anymore. And the history is gone, so we'll have to just... We were still going to paste stuff. But let's actually get the actual command here now from one of these. Into here. No, into the notes. So this is my example one, and this is the actual one, and that this one happened to have knobs. Yeah, it's supposed to have knobs. But we did it already here to find the characters. Here. So we'll look in memory. This is what I used before, and this is what we use now. So this is kind of similar. So I think it's still starting. So I'm going to go to like a bit up to the very start of this. So this is before I was at the right memory address. Or was it the very, very wrong address? And then, let's see, we were experimenting. yeah, so I needed to put a breakpoint. And I got the function names. So we didn't get anything before we got the breakpoint there. And that's why it's red in the notes. And
welcome back, Cypher Enigma.
Hi, Cypher. Welcome back! Yeah, so I'm just fixing the notes there. I want to get a big, good cut of data here. So here we can see that we have actually a bad character in there, right? That's much more interesting than something else. So now we have an example of this situation here. I think that this will be no color change. So we can see here instead of oh well, this is a bad example, whatever. Instead of 0x a, alright, and this uses lowercase. We have 0x00. I'll just have to type 0x09 is already removed. At this point, yeah, I'm not pleased with that. I'm fixing it. So time to fix it better. The just previous one to this did have the output I want, so nine starting program breakpoint. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's like that. Maybe, yeah, it is. So it's not removed. 9. We have this means 0x09 is a bad character. So there will be characters missing in memory. Remove one at a time. Repeat until you found all example bad characters. So there. Then this is really what we have. The question is, do I have it like twice? So this is from another. This is from TryHackMe. I might put it somewhere else because no, maybe let's just keep it there. Find the execution start address. Right, so this one is sued too, right? So we could have used this code. Maybe I'll just do that too, but it's 17 and I don't want my mom to get too stressed about worrying for the car. So if I type something, we should hop down. No, it's locked. It doesn't realize that it's not connected anymore. So in a bit I will be able to use that tab, but not right now. So we have a new IP address. So we'll have to open a new tab. So SSH. And this is kind of annoying, but if I do H, right? So 203.18. And I'm just copying the password. Used to be Academy student. there. So let's GDB. Let's do the quiet one. Dots. Leave message. We'll see. Right, it was the right name of the file. So we need to set the breakpoint again. So B put at. So I don't trust my memory, even if my memory says something here. Let's just make sure. At PLT. Puts at PLT. So we have a breakpoint. And it's different. So, battery warning. Hello, it says when you put it in your ear. So, yeah, so now we want to run it. We want to run it with the options that we have set to do. And hopefully I put it in a good place to copy, right? So here we have I'm sure I updated this, right? Yeah, I'm sure I did. We won't get anything, but we need to listen to. So I did port 443. So let's just NC 443 and listen a bit, and then we're going to run this. I'm just copying this here. So let's copy and paste. And apparently the copy didn't work, because that's the student password. So now we have run, and we have Python print first, with it's calculating the size of the first 55 at the start of it, and then it removes 4 for this, 95 for the actual there, and 256 for the knobs. So if we run this, we get a segmentation fault. So my breakpoint didn't work because it happens before, I guess. Right, yeah, so it happens in the other functions. So, but I think now that it crashed, now we can look in memory, because it didn't finish. It's when it finishes we can't look in memory. So as it crashed, and it did it with the wrong address too, right? Because that is not the right one. That's not 666666666. Yeah, so we didn't do this on this one. It timed out. So I'm not sure about anything anymore. Info proc all. So of course this will be the same value here because it's one of the answers. So this must always be the same. Oh my. I hope, yeah, we can assume it's the same number also. It's the same number, that's also one of the answers. And I'm a bit stressed now, which is not a good thing. So this is part of one of the replies. By the way, the unlearn command works. How come? I think I know. No, that's not it. I was thinking maybe the robot commands letter 1 letter blocks the others. But there's no direction called T for TTS, right? There's up, down, right, left, forward, backwards. Yeah, right, left, close, open. So no T. But a U, the same as unlearn, and unlearn works. Let's... Also, it thinks stream duration is 2 hours and 38 minutes, though it is 3 hours and 53 minutes and 40 seconds, according to OBS. Yeah, StreamerBot is a bit odd. It's a bit odd. I guess I'll have to see if there's an update or something. Read the file. This is like the purpose of this. That's our goal. 1712. Will I have time for this? So what I will do is just to step one step back, and I didn't get the same reply for the breakpoint, right? So let's look at what we did here in the previous one. Oh my, it's just in the middle of the page. There's so much stuff here. Right, I remember. What? So we were looking a lot at memory. I guess we'll just test looking at memory first before we do anything else. So X 2000, just to try and get all of it in there. XB and dollar, right character first time. And then I had like 2200. So let's do 2000. No. Minus. It's the slow. It's so slow. So we're in the 55s. This is correct. Though there's a lot of them. Then we have the knobs, which is correct. So we're actually reaching our goal there. We only have one problem. That somewhere in this there's a wrong number of. Yeah, no, the length couldn't change. So it must be my Python logic there somewhere that I have something wrong. So let's just test it. We found the start here of, and I'm comparing it now, 90C to this, C3, BA, AA, CA, 9C, and it continues all the way to EE is the last one. Right here. So EE is the last one. Then after this we have these. And what did it die on? Right? Let's see what it died on. So I'm thinking the length of something is not right. So that's why it's very interesting to see. So 5, 6, 5, 5, 5, 7, 56, 55, 57, 0. Jag kommer snart gubben. Jag vet, jag kommer snart, jag sa det. Okay? Kommer snart. So he told me it's 17. I know. Yeah, so I said that I would stop this and go to well, Grandmaster for him. Between 17 and 18, and he was thinking that I would leave at 17 on the dot, like exactly then. So what I'm thinking is, where in memory are we now? Where did it end up? Did I do something odd here? I changed this number and this number, right? This is supposed to be 95 bytes, and then we have 4 at the end. And I see the problem. The problem is that we're not supposed to remove these. It's supposed to add 4 here in that case. So why do they do that? Because this is the reply we get. So still I don't see. Well, let's just do another try. Come on. So if I skip the -4 here, what happens then? The lag. So we want 55s to get us up to the right spot. If we remove the knobs and the code, we want to put the address at 2060. That's the goal, right? So that's why we can't just remove the 4 addresses, because that's where they're supposed to start, right? So let's see if this works. Yes, now we have it right. So I don't know why this code is so odd, because this is a number we have, and this is a number we have, and this is just these 4, but then we had to add 4 here, right? So anyway, let's go up and see. Everything needs to be connected, and position. So remember this number for later. So that's obvious, but still, it's now in the notes. This is only for making the exploit without these characters. And of course, the address needs to not contain those two that we jump to later. And also if 66 was the actual address. Well, we'll see now. We're going to get the address now. Let's print it again, but I'm just what did I call this? Position. So this -4 is not supposed to be there. This we had at 256 now. And we had this -256. Let's just copy the whole thing again. It's just the same thing but with the address. So it's just odd. I'm like, why? Why did they do that? So let's just so there. The position returned by, what's the script name? Pattern offset RB. So equals 2060. A random number of knobs the number of bytes in the payload equals 95. So we have an explanation for what these numbers are, right? 32-bit executable gives a 32-bit address equals 4 bytes. There. So all the numbers in this is explained, right? And then we don't have to explain them in the next step, because now, well, let's just, why not, right? Why not be overly explicit? Well, it's not far down, it's just after this. Yeah, and I have less snaps in this example. And there's other code, whatever. We select the address in the middle or knobs as our start address. Remember, the engine is a reverse address when adding to Python. So now we're going to actually copy this, which I didn't do there because I copied something else over it. Oh, I did this, right? It's done. So we need to get the address now, right? And this we need to do where we're connected to the machine, and we're going to print again the oh, it's so slow. Did it print it? No, there it jumped. So we're at the knobs. We're at the start here. So any address here would end up executing this. So these addresses, we can just get something and make sure that it doesn't contain like 09 or something, right? Because 09 is a forbidden one. And also null, it shouldn't be. So let's just do this one. Right? So instead, we do this as our address here. But let's keep the example. What we have is this, meaning we'll reverse it the same way as this is reversed. But I'm actually going to copy this thing again, because we don't want to change that, because it wouldn't look pretty in the notes. We want pretty notes and logical notes. So now we change 3.1 here is supposed to be 9.0. D7 is supposed to be CC. And FFFFF is the same. So these that we don't change, we change these. So let's just delete this again and leave this there. And hopefully our shellcode will be run just as I just wrote in the notes. Just making sure the 4 is gone. And when we run this here now, it will ask us to start again. Let's start it. And we got a segmentation fault here, and I have to undo to see. This is not the correct one. So, if we just go back up a tiny bit, well, there's nothing tiny, but let's copy this one. So I'm copying it, alright, not Control-Cing it. And let's scroll up. Yeah, I know. Here, this one. Here we have the right address, right? So this one is in the right place of memory. We copy this one. And let's, just to make it easier here, let's compare these. So what is different? Except for the GDB. So 55 is the same numbers, it's the same numbers, it's the same everything except for this, right? So there's no reason for it to suddenly fail. Oh, it might fail after it worked. Right, so it's failing later also. So did it like connect and disconnect again? But we have a connect here. So again, there, the quit there is not actually entered. It's a bit buggy, it seems. When I Control-C, it prints quit, but it's not really there. So we're disconnecting, we're listening again, we're running the program again. Started from the beginning, yes. and it gets the error, meaning it didn't like get stuck on a breakpoint or something. We have a connection again. If we pwd here, we don't really have anything. So I'm thinking we will try the other code we have, right? Because we don't really need this. What we need is really just a normal shell. So let's try the other code we have. So this doesn't seem to be a good connection, as I can't even pwd yet. If you have any tips, they're welcome. So we have the other shell code here. It's much shorter and it's kind of simple. It just does bin sh, right? On the machine without doing a reverse shell or anything. So let's abort that one again, and let's first of all, how many characters is this? Right, so we should be able to count this. 28? Is it 28 bytes? Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 bytes, right? So if we were to change our things here, first of all, it should end up in the same place. The knobs should end up in the same place in memory, right? Yeah, because they're first. And there are kind of a lot of them. I'm using my arrows and nothing is happening. So come on. There's no lag. There's no lag since I restarted it. Ooh, oh, and there it is. There the lag is. I was like, this is too good to be true. So I'm copying the code, meaning the bytes, and these are, instead of 95, we have 28. Making more 55s, putting in us the knobs later in memory. So maybe this address won't work and maybe it will. We didn't move that far. We will see. So what will happen now? I'm very curious to see. So, invalid escape. And yeah. Invalid character. Did I say that before too? Invalid value error. Scroll. No, so it is new. Good. Right. So we didn't check this one for the characters. We need to do that too, since this is another one. 08 was not a bad one, right? That's just how much it shifts it. So I'm just going to scroll to where the bad characters was to confirm. Am I like blind? Here it is. 8 and 20. A and 20. So I don't think that's it's not in there. It's not in here. And I'm more hungry. Received signal segmentation fault. This address. So before, let's actually change these. And it's not there, you know? So something is odd. Oh, yeah, so I don't have time. I'm sorry. It's very annoying when you're almost there and you have to abort to do something else. But I need to have time to help my mom and get home and eat dinner later. And I'm already hungry. I guess I'll take a sandwich or something. Yeah, we'll see. I've not been streaming weekends, but I really want to finish this. So maybe I will later.
Madam Fabulous says.
Have a good day.
I might do a real late stream today. We'll see, because I want to finish it. And it will also disconnect again and die, because it's only a certain number of minutes before it dies. So we can terminate this. Unfortunately. And these don't really realize, this SSH doesn't realize that it's not there. Let's see if the first one is realized now. Yeah, you can see it says Kali here now. Because it takes so much time before you get this broken pipe message. And also this is interesting, that we got the connect, but we couldn't do anything with it. So this is like the MSF Venom is broken. The shellcode is not good, right? We can't like communicate with it. We're supposed to get data from it, and this is a suggested way, right? We're using the HTTP Academy's way of doing it, and then I tried the other one, and I haven't tried that one and succeeded, but it also moved it around. So I tried putting back the normal one. We have the same number of characters, right? We changed this 28 here. Maybe this is wrong. So now I've closed it down, so I can't test anymore, but I'm almost curious now to see if like another number would work, right? But it's closed now, so I almost did that on purpose so that I shouldn't be tempted to spend more time on this, because it's a bit too late. So we do have someone online that's actually speaking English too. Yes, I might stream later today. I might. Yeah, so I'm going to pause this one. And because we'll get ads otherwise. I did pause it. So let's just Kirasek is kind of easy to spell, right? So thank you very much for being here. Raid Kirasek. Unfortunately, every time I raid Kirasek, I like don't have the time to stay. So I'm going driving almost at once here. Yeah, right. We don't have TTS on YouTube, so I can just send the message. So that's the link for YouTube to if you want to join the Twitch raid. Right. Right, I should actually hop to my own one. This is also a good test to see if I'm added to the count of people rating. I don't think so. I think it just adds at the start. I don't think it adds now. We'll see if it goes to 7 here. So thank you everybody for being here. And I might continue later today. I might do something in the weekend, but usually it's Monday next week. So yeah, I really want to do it though. And I will forget. I will forget till Monday. It's too long time. It depends a lot on who's going to stream later. Jag håller på att stänga av gubben.
It's 17:40.
I know. So bye everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Bye. See you in. And say hi to Kira's sake.
Bye bye.